Good morning. Welcome to our Municipal Council meeting for Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. And at this point, I will call our meeting to order and ask if there's any declarations of interest. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item R2, I believe it's our closed agenda, discusses the tenants at 19040 Leslie, and one of those tenants is a real estate client of mine, so I will declare an interest in that one. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, and noted. Seeing no other comments at this time, I will do some of our community announcements. First off, I'd like to take a moment to pay tribute to Constable Mark Hoving of the OPP, who on November 19th was killed in the line of duty. He was laid to rest this past Saturday, and on behalf of council, I extend our condolences to his family and friends. Item number 2 is a COVID update, so I will just take a few minutes and talk about where we are with our COVID update at this point. COVID-19 continues to be a challenge for all of us. I know many continue to monitor the case numbers as we look ahead to the holiday season. Case numbers in York Region are certainly rising, and it is critical that we make this matter as seriously as it is. Please limit your outings to essential needs only and wear a mask, face covering to protect yourself and those around you. It is not time to let your guard down. To avoid moving into the lockdown zone, we need to remain vigilant in our efforts. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank our enforcement staff who were out this past weekend to ensure all business owners were complying with the restrictions in the order to ensure the safety of all of our residents. Thank you very much. I know that they were busy on Saturday and Sunday. Another item, just wanted to bring everyone up to date. Last week, the town launched our holiday gift card drive, and I'd like to acknowledge some recent activities and fundraising. Thank you to our emergency services team who hosted the Dare to Care event, raising more than $4,000 in cash and gift card donations for our holiday drive. In addition, they received a large donation of food and toys, which were donated locally. Last Friday, I was honored to receive a donation of $4,000 in grocery gift cards from Tiny Seedlings through United Soils. The holiday drive is well underway, and this year we anticipate an increased need in assistance. Our thanks and appreciation to our community and local sponsors for their continued generosity. And if you know someone that needs a helping hand over the holidays, don't hesitate to put their name down for us. Also, it's the first of the month, and we always go through our character attributes. And for the month of December, we pick our own. And so we've chosen kindness. This year, kindness has proven to be more important than ever, and I've seen so many random acts of kindness every day in our community, making the day just a little bit better. In kindness, you will strive to always choose kindness. I will be sensitive to the feelings of others. And a quote, "No act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted." And with that, I would ask if there's any members of council that have any community announcements. Councillor Crone, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Your character announcement of kindness is a nice segue for me. It is just reminding everyone on council and anyone watching at home, it's Giving Tuesday. And so our charities are not immune to the effects of COVID-19. They've been struggling as well. So if anyone has some extra change, $5, $10, it's all appreciated. I'm very involved with the Alzheimer's Society of York Region, so that's where I give. But I would encourage everyone, if you can reach in, give a little extra at this time of year. I know it will go a long way with our charities. Second thing I'd like to just to remind everyone about, we have the East Gwillimbury Chamber of Commerce is doing their holiday gift box, and so if you're having a hard time trying to find something to give someone that has everything, why not give them a gift box? It's great. You help local merchants as well. You can go onto the Chamber website, egcoc.org, and place your order there. And lastly, I think it's worth noting that we've had this month, we have some milestones with our fellow councillors. It was 10 years ago that Councillor Roy DiClemente was sworn in as a councillor. So congratulations on your 10-year milestone. And it was 20 years ago that Councillor Morton and Mayor Hackson, you were sworn in as both as councillors on December 4th, 2000. So 20 years since you've been elected first time. So well done. And I think Mayor Hackson, I think you go back a little further on the school board. So 27 years of elected service, undefeated, I might add. So well done. Thank you for your service, ladies. It is appreciated. That's all for me.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crothers, you had your hand up, I believe.
Yes, it's December the 1st, and that marks the beginning of our Light Up the Landing Holiday Lights competition in Holland Landing. Members of our Holland Landing community group are going to be driving around later this month and looking at all the holiday lights that are up, and we have some prizes, so get up your lights, and if you need more information, it's on the town website. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of council with announcements? Councillor Persichini.
Yes, I think there was a few of us joined into that new business on Yonge Street, the dietitian bath and new business, and also the superstore, the fundraising. I think quite a few of us were there too. So it's kind of different, that everybody's wearing masks and at a different time, and it's so nice to see that we still get out there and do our thing. So to the community and to us, let's keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with any announcements? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Crone for marking that milestone. I'd always just been rounding up to 10 years. I didn't realize that today was actually the anniversary, so thank you. Madam Mayor, I just wanted to advise Councillor Persichini and I are liaisons to the Queensville Sharing Community Group, and they too are running a holiday lights competition. They're in fact running two. One is for outdoor decorations and the other is for a photo of your tree if you've set it up to take a photo and submit, and they also have prizing as well. Thank you.
We'll look forward to that. I know last year I had the pleasure of going out with Councillor Crothers and Councillor Foster when their lighting was announced, and that was a lot of fun. But you can already see the lights out in our community. I think people are really taking full advantage of being home and really kicking it up a notch this year. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Morton, did you have anything?
Well, the MAVA group is also doing a contest for outdoor lighting and their decorations inside too. So it sounds like we're doing it right across the whole board.
East Gwillimbury will be lit up right from east to west. That's wonderful. Seeing no other, I will move along in our agenda now. Item D is our COVID-19 updates, and I would call on staff to take over from here.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, town staff, and any viewing members of our public. Welcome to our December council session. This is our COVID update, if you can believe it, number 14. And generally what we've been doing is updating council twice a month during our planned council schedule. So we're into month 8. And the reason we're not at number 16 is for the first month, we were still working out our virtual council meetings. So we're now into month 7 of our council meetings being held virtually. Today we do have an update for you with respect to COVID. One other thing I did want to mention for anyone that is viewing, We have added a special budget deliberation session onto today's agenda. It's the last item under other business. It's an important matter as it's our third session with council acting as budget committee. And we have an addendum with some additional information for council's consideration later in this morning's meeting. Could be this afternoon's meeting by that time. So what I'd like to do is just cover off. We've given our statistics. We've given a lot of the updates. York Region remains in the red, modified red control zone. There's been a lot of activity at Regional Council that we're aware of. All of our groups continue to meet with their municipal colleagues. I regularly attend a York Region CAO meeting weekly. There's a lot of discussion of a positive nature about vaccines and us jointly working on modified return to work protocols that's going on behind the scenes. So that's the good side of it. Today, one thing we did want to add, and I have asked Jennifer Nichols, who works in Dean Horner's corporate services, council support and enforcement services, to join us today, as there was some activity on the weekend where York Region and the municipalities jointly worked together, even with the Ministry of Labor as well, to take some enhanced enforcement activities. And I thought would be well advised to let Jennifer give an update on what activities have occurred and will be occurring. So if I may, I'll pass it over to our Manager of Bylaw Enforcement, Jennifer Nichols.
Madam Mayor and Council, thank you. Yes, we did increase our enforcement throughout the weekend as a result of the direction from York Regional Council. Part of those joint inspections were with public health inspectors, as well. One was with the Ministry of Labor. These inspections were focused on big box retail stores and fitness centers. Some of the businesses that we attended were Lowe's, LA Fitness, Longo's, Costco, Superstore, to name a few. For the most part, our businesses were in compliant with the regulations in regards to masks, social distancing. We were also looking for patrons not congregating, particularly in outside lineups, that they were managing those lineups and distances, safe distances, and so forth. Unfortunately, one ticket was issued to LA Fitness for non-compliance. They were unable to supply a COVID safety plan for us, but for the most part, businesses were in compliance. Staff, our office continue to receive complaints as they come in and addressing them accordingly. Also, just to advise council, we are reporting weekly to the region, as well as the Minister Solicitor General, who's also keeping track of data collection as far as COVID enforcement goes. Does anyone have any questions?
Questions for Jennifer? I'm not seeing any, but we certainly have thanks from all members of council for the good work that you did. I know from a region perspective, it was a difficult decision to start doing enforcement in our community with businesses that support us, but it had to be done. And for you to give of your weekend and then be back at it right away, we certainly appreciate the efforts that you put in over the weekend. Thank you. Councillor Persicini, you have a question.
Yes, Jennifer, good work, by the way. If we keep having, say, stores or business that they keep redoing and they don't follow the regulation, is there any way that we have the power to say, okay, the first time was 500, the next time would be 1,000, the third time would be 1,500? If they keep doing it, do we have the power to do that? I mean, to penalize them more and more each time they keep breaking the rules?
Through Madam Mayor, we actually have further tools than that. The mandate is obviously at the beginning was education. Now it's kind of stepped up to more of the enforcement with tickets being laid. If there's a ticket that's issued, the health unit does have the authority to actually close that business. So they've really ramped up enforcement from that perspective.
That's a good thing then. So we don't have to worry about that. If they keep breaking the rules, then we just close them down. Good. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions of Jennifer? Thank you very much, Jennifer. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I would ask now if council has any questions or comments on the balance of the COVID update memo. And I would ask the gentleman that's been chairing that group, General Manager, Deputy Treasurer Mark Valchich, to coordinate those questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of staff on the report in front of us? Councillor Roy DeClemente and then Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. Through you to staff, Madam Mayor. I was curious to know a little bit more about any potential vaccine plans. We're hearing a lot of media attention. Obviously, the majority of these plans rest with federal and provincial and regional health staff, but I know we're starting to get questions from our residents about whether there are plans to have vaccination clinics in our town. And I think it would be helpful if we were able to at least say that when the time comes, we're ready. But at this point, we have zero information. So I'd like to have some reassurance that there are some plans in place, and what those plans might be would be helpful. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, through you, Mr. Karmazin is working with Regional Public Health to identify potential sites in EG that could be used if and as required as vaccination sites. So as that information becomes more available, we will continue to make sure that we're updating council as soon as we have something more concrete to report in that regard.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We heard that same answer about 2 weeks ago, and what I'm hoping is that we can reach out to our colleagues and our professional networks at the other levels of government to be able to say something a little bit more concrete to the residents who are asking us these questions. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, we will certainly attempt to get more concrete information as soon as it's available to us, and we'll be passing it along accordingly to council. Thank you. We'll follow that up.
Thank you. I can tell you, Councillor Roy DeClemente, that at the region level, those questions are asked every time we meet, and it's the province, as we hear from the Premier, who is driving that part of it at this point. So I think after listening to him last night, I think he's quite frustrated that he doesn't have more answers as well. So as soon as we have something, we'll be sharing it with all members of council so you can pass it along to everyone. Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, I just want to applaud the town for having the cold weather warming stations again this year. It's not something that we see much in our community, but we know that we do have people living with homelessness right here in East Gwillimbury. So I'm very happy that we are providing those. My question is, how are we promoting or advertising or just getting the word out, maybe through our shelter community or our food banks, to make sure that people who are living with homelessness in our community know that those warming centers are there?
Mr. Valchich.
Madam Mayor, through you, so our CPRC group under Mr. Karmazin is working with our communications team, Director Hannah, to ensure that we're publicizing that through our social media channels, as well as through our website and our town page and so on. So we'll continue to make sure that we're promoting those as vigorously as we can to make sure that folks are aware that that there are spots they can go.
So that's great if you had a cell phone or internet, but when we're talking about people living with homelessness, often they don't have access to those resources. So I just want to make sure that we've reached out to places like 360 Kids and Blue Door our food banks down to the Newmarket Food Bank, up to Georgina, to make sure that they're getting the word out through all of their shelters. I don't think a regular communication plan works for this particular community. We want to make sure that we're getting the word out in other means. So I'm hoping that we can just sort of brainstorm on ways that we can get that message out. I'll certainly be letting our diversity committee know, because they have a lot of great connections into the shelter community, and make sure that they know. But I think social media is not going to do it for this type of promotion. We need to get it out in other ways. And I think it's direct emails and phone calls to people who are out there every day helping people living with homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. It just prompted me to think that we probably should be letting York Regional Police and EMS know of our warming stations as well, if we haven't already. You may have already done it, I'm not sure, but quite often they are the first people who have interaction. So if we are not, then I'm sure that they'll be pleased to pass that along.
Madam Mayor, just in addition to that, and thank you for the input, Councillor Crothers. We do have those contacts. We are in touch with them through for other programs, such as our gift card program and so on, that we're coordinating, and we'll make sure that that the additional information on sort of places to go and so on in those sorts of extreme circumstances is readily communicated through all means, and not just through folks that have access to a computer.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. Mr. Webster, do we have more information for our COVID update?
Not at this time, Madam Mayor, other than to assure you that, as I said, at the CAO level, at your level with Regional Council, we're really prioritizing. We know the vaccination and distribution and information related to that are absolutely critical. Listening to the Deputy Prime Minister last evening with the budget announcement, she related this to the greatest crisis since World War II. And I'm sure there's going to be a reaction and plan developed that will raise the significance of the vaccination. So more details to follow in the near future, hopefully. So I'll pass it back to you now, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, could I have Councillor Roy DeClemente, would you move that report, please? And Councillor Crothers, second that. All those in favor? And that's carried. Item E is presentations. We have none at this time. Item F is deputations, and we have none at this time. Our next item is corporate services, and I will turn that over to staff, please.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Just very briefly, the first item is a development charge credit agreement. It's here for approval, but really, for all intents and purposes, is information. We ensure that all of our development charge credit agreements are implemented in accordance with the council-approved DC credit policy, and this one is no exception to that. So, Mr. Marshall and Ms. Brown are available in case there's any questions on this report.
Questions on this report? Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm disappointed that we're calling it a trail when it seems to be more of a sidewalk. There's some beautiful land there, and I know at parts the sidewalk does go next to some open space. And in the report, it talks about it being too steep for there to be a trail there. But it just seems to me that it is more of a sidewalk than a trail. Perhaps it's an important connecting point. But we don't have a map that really shows us the bigger picture to know where that's connecting. And I've looked on our master plan, but our trail master plan is a little too far out to know exactly where this is supposed to be going. So I'm wondering if we can just get a bit of an update from CPRC about why this trail is going along a sidewalk rather than through open space.
Mr. Webster.
Madam Mayor, If I may, I think the councillor does make a good point. This is shown in isolation and probably would in a more of a master plan. Again, the Trails Committee is actively working on both our Valley Trail system, which we have very significant one, obviously with the Nokita, and these off-road ones are often now with wider sidewalks and multi-use trail systems. Rather than play this out in real time, if we could, I think to give it justice, we have two options. We could bring this back as a separate item on its own, or we could include it as part of our growth management update that we do on an annual basis. I believe we are scheduled to do that early in Q1 of 2020. And it would be an opportunity for Mr. Karmazin's group to have a full discussion on our facilities, our parks development and future openings, and as well a fulsome update of our trails and how that network is continuing to develop. So I'll leave it up if council wants us to report separately on it, or if they would like us to include it as part of our growth management workshop.
I appreciate the update, and I think, yeah, a more wholesome look at our trail system would be fantastic. I think if I had a better understanding of the whole system, then I would understand why this link is mainly in front of houses rather than through open space. I guess my question right now, though, is has the ship already sailed on this one? Is that this is where this is going to go and we don't have any other options? Or do we still have an option of looking at it going through open space rather than in front of houses? Because I'm fine to wait if this is if the ship's already sailed on this and it's not going to make any difference whether we discuss it sooner or later, I'm fine to wait. But if there is a chance to change this so that rather than being in front of houses, the trail actually goes through trees, then it's a little bit more urgent to discuss.
I think that would best be handled by Madam Mayor and through the councillor, Mr. Karmazin, if he's available.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. With any trail alignment, we do ground truth the trails, so we do walk them to determine if you can align a trail within a natural environment is obviously our first priority. With this particular trail alignment, it was very challenging to align the trail in the natural heritage area or the green space. I should add that a context map would help. This trail, this on-street multi-use path connects to approximately 2 kilometers of natural trail that will connect to the Holland Landing Community Center through natural green space. And as CEO Webster indicated, a context map could be provided to council to provide a sense of where this trail leads to and where it connects to.
So just to be clear, this is where it is. There's no amount of advocacy that's going to have it move to a location directly north of there where it's going through the woods.
Through you, Madam Mayor, at this time, no, we've aligned it with multi-use path adjacent to the green space as best we can, and it does link up to approximately 2 kilometers of trail with future development to the northwest through the Wingfoot development, which connects to the Holland Landing Community Center.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I look forward to a larger update. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess this begs a bit of a question for me. If the subdivision already requires that sidewalks are delivered, how does this trail differ from a sidewalk as far as the development charge credit agreement. Is this a multi-use path is wider? I realize that, but I want to make sure that they're not being given a DC credit for basically building a sidewalk that they would already have to build anyway. So that would be my question. And then further, just to the point that Councillor Carruthers has raised, it may be helpful for us. I don't think we've had a recent update on sort of the active transportation and trails master plan and the update that Mr. Karmazin is planning to do in the near future. So perhaps that might be just as a suggestion, a good workshop topic so that we can have a better idea of the context of this and the network that this is building. Thanks.
Mr. Webster.
Madam Mayor, we have workshops available early in the new year. As a matter of fact, the January 12th one is not populated at this point, so we may be able to do a update of the master plans and those key documents that feed into our official plan update as part of that. So we may in fact have two workshops, maybe have one on the master plans themselves, and then later in Q1 we'll do one on overall growth management. So point taken and good points, and we'll do our best to bring something early in the new year as a more wholesome outlook at all of our master planning activity.
Thank you very much. I know that our community relies heavily on our trails, and as days go by in COVID, they're using them more and more, even with the inclement weather. So if we have a handle on exactly what long-term we have planned, then we're able to convey that along to the community as well. I do recall several years ago, we did have a number of trail systems that were on the sidewalk, or in some cases there wasn't a sidewalk even on the street, that it was on the street, and it was to really join separate loops that had not they were separate and apart, and so we at that point had some walkways that were within the road allowance at that time. So I'm anxious to see the master plan in if you're saying January the 12th, we'll mark it down and look forward to having a good discussion about our trail systems. Councillor Carruthers and then Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. Just one further question. If this does have to go in front of houses and mainly on the street, are there trees planted so that this is at least a shaded trail? I mean, I think there's $3 million or something for this trail. I'm hoping that would include some plantings as well.
We usually have streetscape plantings. Mr. Karmazin, would you know?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. There will be street trees planted along Silk Twist.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. I was just looking for an answer to the first part of my question, which related to the difference between a multi-use path and a sidewalk, and whether the developer is still is getting a credit for building a sidewalk that they would have already had to build. Thanks.
Mr. Velchik, would you know the answer to that question?
Madam Mayor, I would have either Mr. Marshall or Ms. Brown, who are working on the details of this agreement, answer that, please.
And if they don't have the answer, then we can certainly come back to it. It wasn't part of where we started, so they may not have it readily available.
Yes, good morning. I'm happy to answer that question. We do examine costs when we're putting together the DC credit agreement, and once we have the more detailed cost estimates, and we do not issue credits for items that are not eligible for them. So we would separate out the sidewalk costs and any costs related to local works. And there would definitely be consideration for any works that would otherwise have been a local service. So if there had been a sidewalk in its place, we would not issue credits on that value. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Persichini, all those in favor? And that's carried. Item 2 is communication branch of corporate services with our brand guidelines. Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, this is primarily for information, with the exception of a recommendation that the flag raising protocol be amended, but I do think it might be helpful just for our Director of Communications, Ms. Hannah, just to make a couple of comments just to put this into context in terms of how we'll be using our very exciting new logo that has been developed.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm happy to share with you today the town's new brand guidelines. I know they've been a long time in development, and so we're very excited to have those in front of you today. The document, it outlines not only just the usage of the town logo, but it really just covers an overall branding and imagery for the town. So much of the document would be used by people such as Danielle Vernet, our communications coordinator, and other designers who would be developing templates and guides and things like that for the corporation, but it's also helpful for all of those who will be developing communications within the town. We just thought it was really important with a fresh new logo that we created that document to really guide the visual representation of our community moving forward. The document will definitely be fluid, and so as new pieces are requested or added, they would be put into the guide, so we would have those addressed moving forward. We developed this in consultation with a number of the different departments already, and so we will continue to work with them to make sure that all department needs and questions are answered within that guide, and we are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. I just wanted to give you a heads up. The Diversity and Inclusion Committee has been working on advice on guidelines for the flag protocol, which we will be finalizing next week. So when that advice comes forward, I just don't want to have to revise the flag protocol twice. So just a little heads up that we'll be getting some advice from that advisory committee, and hopefully we can roll those all in together if there's advice that we want to incorporate from them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Foster and then Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Everything about this is great, except for one thing that's kind of bothering me, to do with the flags. This suggests that we replace our coat of arms flag with a provincial flag. While I like the idea of flying a provincial flag, for years we have not. So what I'm thinking is we've told the public all the way through that the EG logo would not replace the coat of arms. Now we're prepared to take the coat of arms off of our own building. So there will be times to go along with that. While we're flying a community flag, we will not have an East Gwillimbury flag on our own building that fronts onto Leslie Street. The way this is written, I don't know that I can support it at this time. I'm just kind of looking for thoughts from everybody else.
Thank you very much. Comments from other members of council? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
I have to say that I agree with Councillor Foster. I think it's important that we maintain what we've been doing at the front of the building. It's an eye to tradition, and we've only got 2 flagpoles, and I think we need to continue to fly our official coat of arms. And I love the idea of using the community flagpole for the EG flag with our logo when it's not in use otherwise. I think that's a great idea, and I was very much in support of that, but I would hesitate to see us take down the official Town of East Gwillimbury coat of arms. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Borton.
I also have to agree with Terry and with Tara as well, because I think that we need to be proud of what we have flying there, and I can't support taking it away either.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Councillor Crone.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff, I would agree with the comments said before me about needing to keep the coat of arms at the front of the building. I think that makes sense. Other than that, my comments are congratulations to Laura on the production of this document. It is, I've seen a few in the past. This one is very thorough. I was looking for things to pick at and I couldn't find anything. So good job on you. You have strong marketing kung fu. I know this got heaved on you, slid into your to-do list last year, whatever it was. So appreciate you tackling it with the vigor that you have. And congratulations and condolences. You are now the brand police, and that is not a fun job. So you're going to have to make sure that all the other staff employees are on board with making sure that our logo is and the brand is kept in good shape. So well done. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Hannah.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Through you, I just wanted to acknowledge Danielle Vernet as well. This document, although we did have some help from our graphic designer when we created the print-ready files, was completed entirely in-house with our communications coordinator at the helm of it. And so we're definitely very proud of this document and where it came from. So we really appreciate hearing that feedback, and thank you very much. And hopefully we're not the police, but we work with those to develop their needs in conjunction with our vision.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if we can move forward with accepting the brand guideline document and asking for some more work to do with the coat of arms flag out front. Does that sound like where we should go?
Sounds appropriate. I'm seeing nodding from Ms. Hannah and Mr. Velchik. So I believe that's the right direction to head at this time. Councillor Foster, are you prepared to move it?
Madam Mayor?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, if I could add something, I've had my hand up, I guess maybe you haven't seen me. I don't want to cut into council's direction. I would call this, for lack of a better word, an administrative mistake. Okay, so my advisement on this from a high level was the new logo was going to be utilized at facilities. It was going to be utilized at community entrance signs. It was going to be utilized pretty much everywhere, save and except for letterhead. And I thought that the two things that we were going to reserve our traditional coat of arms for was letterhead and our main buildings. I wasn't, so the notion of replacing our traditional town flag with the province was a bit of an oversight. And what I think we should do, rather than muddy the waters, this is a pretty important protocol to move forward with, that we bring back a properly worded protocol that would indicate that the flag with the new logo is intended to be flown in our community entrance, where the accessibility entrance. So that is where we would profile it, save and except for directions through the mayor and council office that we're going to fly another situation. So I think maybe just to get it right, what we should do is bring back the wording, the protocol, December 15th, so that it gets adopted and it's not seen as an amendment from where we are. We have the direction, and that would be my thoughts, just to have a nice, clean resolution passed by council that doesn't have amendments and things that could lead to some confusion in the future. So that would be my preference, would be to report back on the 15th with the fully agreed to, as directed upon council, protocol for use of the logo and the flag protocol. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, we have a motion that has, we have a new second line in it that council directs staff to bring back a revised protocol outlining the town's flag protocol at the December 15th, 2020 council meeting. You comfortable with that? Councillor Foster, I had you as a mover. Is that still acceptable for you?
Yes, it is, Madam Mayor.
Madam
Okay,
Mayor,
thank you. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Crothers.
thank you. Can we put that off until January, just so that if we're going to be revising the flag protocol? Oh, okay, we're revising the brand guidelines. I'm just wondering if we want to just wait for the input from our advisory committee. If there's no big rush, if we would just put that off to the January meeting, and then we'll have the advice from them to consider as well.
It's the pleasure of, what's the pleasure of council?
I'm just thinking about less items on our agenda if we roll them in together.
So the modification would have us coming back at our first council meeting in January?
Yeah, and that
which would be January 19th.
Yeah.
Would that give enough time for the committee?
Yeah, so we should be doing that at our meeting next week, and we will forward that in a report for council to consider, I guess, at the January 19th meeting in conjunction with this.
Okay, thank you.
One could not impact the other, but they're both in the same sort of subject area. So I just thought pushing them together will help move things along in December.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there's two things that we are trying to deal with one resolution. The main piece of this is the brand guidelines. I don't think we have any quibble with the brand guidelines. Those are for an internal staff document on how to use that brand on our materials. That I think we receive and adopt, or whatever it is. We don't necessarily have to even make a resolution about the flag policy. The report requests or suggests that we amend the flag policy. So what we can simply do is receive the brand guidelines, and then when we get the document or the recommendations from the from Councillor Carruthers' committee, then we can ask staff to take that and bring us back a flag raising policy or protocol, and we can do it all at once as far as how we deal with the community flagpole. I think that might be a little bit cleaner because they're two different documents.
Thank you. And January 19th would certainly be in line to do so. So let's have a look at our resolution here now. Okay.
So I think at this point, it would, if I may, Madam Mayor, it's really just that we receive and adopt the brand guidelines and leave the rest of the resolution off the table. That was my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. So the line for our resolution and remove that council amend the flag portion. Okay. And I think I had Councillor Foster as a mover, but I don't believe I had a seconder at this point. Councillor.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Morton. Any questions on the motion? Councillor Foster.
Madam Mayor, while I'm fine with that, should we just go around again to CAO Webster to make sure that works with what his thought process was going forward?
Thank you. Mr. Webster.
Absolutely, it works, Madam Mayor. I agree that the brand protocol and the flag matter are individual, so we'll deal with it that way. And thank you very much.
Very good. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Item number 3 is funding available regarding the Ontario municipalities for COVID-19. Mr. Velchik, sounds like a good news story.
It is, Madam Mayor. This is the latest round of COVID-related funding that we're getting from the higher levels of government, and our manager of capital planning and financial planning and grants, Carolyn Brown, is leading the review of this grant application. We'll be meeting with staff later this week to assess what might be our sort of primary candidates for projects for submitting for this money. So we have a few more weeks before the deadline, so we'll be working hard later this week to make sure that we make very best use of our time to apply in a manner that'll make the best impact within the program for EG. So it is good news.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Councillor Crothers?
Thank you. Reading through this, I was wondering if trail parking would qualify for this grant, and if that was something that we could look at. We were, the mayor and I had a couple of offline conversations about parking on the second concession. I've mentioned that before. Perhaps we can look at some money going towards parking, because getting our residents outside and onto these beautiful trails, it should be a priority.
Mr. Velchek?
So Ms. Brown can provide some comment on that and let us know, generally speaking, what the eligibility criteria look like, and certainly within that criteria, we'll take any suggestions we can in terms of potential projects. I'll turn it over to Carolyn.
Sure. Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor, the answer to your question is yes, that does qualify as an eligible project. One of the eligibility categories, as I'm sure you saw on the memo, is infrastructure to assist Canadians in getting outside and enjoying the outdoors. So active transportation is definitely eligible. We are limited to 2 project submissions, and then of course there is a funding cap. So as Mr. Velchich mentioned, we are meeting actually this afternoon with a group of staff from various departments to identify all of our project ideas and sort of prioritize to determine what the best use of the funds are.
Thank you.
So many projects, so little money. We'll make it work. Councillor Roy DeClemente and then Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Will staff be reporting back to us? I know that the deadline is shortly, but will they be letting us know what they've applied for? Just what sort of what won out at the war of the project? Thank you.
Yes, we would be happy to report back with sort of our short list of key priority projects and what we sort of determined to be the best projects, of course.
Thank you. Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just thinking that if you're making a list of possible projects, there is a parcel of land that Mr. Karmazin and I spoke about, and Madam Mayor, you and I spoke about, if you may remember, that is town-owned land near the river and the head of the Nokita Trail at Yonge and Mount Albert Road. So that could possibly be used as extra parking too. I'd be glad to speak with Mr. Karmazin again about that if he sees fit.
Thank you very much for your feedback.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor, and that's carried. Thank you very much. I think in talking about projects, perhaps in the new year, Mr. Webster, we should be looking at an opportunity for council to get together in a workshop because these projects and funding available seem to be coming forward on a regular basis, and if there was an opportunity to get all of council together and make sure that we have the priorities in the right order as far as our political elected people. It may be helpful for staff when you take a look at the criteria that comes along with the projects, and I'm understanding that there are going to be several come forward in January, February, and March. So perhaps if we had a workshop in the early part of January to talk about, I guess it's a wish list that we're really having a look at, and to make sure that that council have input into it. And as Councillor Foster said, he knows about this little piece of property, and perhaps each member of council has some idea of some projects that might fit into the criteria. So if that can be kept in mind, all the better.
Madam Mayor, if I
Yes.
may, we can add that we were looking to populate January 12th workshop for 2021. So I think we can add it. And one of the things, if I could just provide a comment that's important about these, is that the aspect of shovel ready is important. The stimulus funding is meant for sort of quick turnaround. Usually they seem to be 12 to 24 month timelines for delivery. So that's one thing we should bear in mind. And secondly, when we were looking at pursuing a university a few years ago, you'll recall, Madam Mayor, we have one of our residents, Stephen Quinlan, who was the president of Seneca for a number of years. And Stephen often said he kept a special file in one of his drawers called Project 100 file. And he had shovel-ready projects because he said that's the file you have when you don't know if you're ever going to get a federal or provincial stimulus announcement. And they're great projects. And so to have on hand. So we will certainly add that and maybe set some criteria for what we're looking for that portion of the workshop as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wonderful. We have concluded corporate services. Mr. Valchik, are there any other items at this time?
Nothing further. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you to staff. We'll move on to item H, and it's community infrastructure and environmental services. At this point, our agenda has indicated that there are no reports and no updates. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually do have an item that I would like to update you on. I'd like to highlight item 1 under correspondence regarding the UISS environmental assessment update from the region of York. The update was provided to Regional Council last week and included a letter from Minister York from the MECP, which indicates that the MECP is re-examining all options originally considered for the EA. Which may actually result in a shift to a Lake Ontario-based solution connecting to the existing Duffins Creek Water Pollution Control Plant. This may actually replace the current proposed water reclamation facility, which would discharge to Lake Simcoe. So a final decision on the EA has not been made, and the province is currently assessing the southern solution and is in discussion with the region of York as well as the region of Durham, who operate the Duffin Creek plant. So the minister has indicated the southern solution could be fast-tracked with legislation, could be in place by 2026. And obviously staff are watching this very closely and will be requesting that the region of York provide an update to Town Council in New Year once they have a little more information. So I just wanted to highlight that, Madam Mayor, and we don't have a lot more information on this right now, but we will get it to Council as quickly as we can.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Persichini, then Councillor Foster.
To Mike Molinari, Madam Mayor, since we got the snow coming now, I was wondering if we could market it or advertise that people should not park, and make it easier for our staff when there's no plow on the streets. Maybe we should advertise it somewhere on the web or on the newspaper that we still have those ads to say, hey, you know, if you're gonna be parking on the street, there may be a chance you're gonna get a ticket, and we need to plow the streets. Just an advice to them, because people get, you know, even in my area, there's a lot of people parking the street. That's fine and dandy, but when the guys are snow plowing, I think they want to just you know, it's faster because they have a lot of work to do and they work hard, and it would be nice to advise them that they will get tickets. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
I believe Councillor Foster was first.
Go ahead, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Molinari, thanks for the update on the letter from Minister York. What I'm wondering is, obviously this may or may not add some time into a solution to our sewage issue, but specifically regarding the lagoons in Holland Landing, this may add some time there too, and we were looking forward to possibly, obviously getting rid of those as soon as we could. When Mr. Rabeau, I think it was, spoke to us from York Region, the last update we had in the chambers, if I remember right, he indicated that there might be some things that could be done to make the lagoon system work better the way it was. I believe he told us it was working at a very, very optimum level for the antiquated system that it is. However, he indicated that there could be some changes. I just wonder if through your contacts we could maybe get an update on that to see if there is something, however simple it might be done or not, to make that a little bit better for these 6 probably plus years coming up until we have a solution.
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. The lagoons and the discussion around the Upper York kind of go hand in hand, and although the ECA for the lagoons is required for the Water Reclamation Center if they go that route. If it goes south, then those discussions with the region in terms of what happens with the lagoons would have to be had. And our expectation is that we would continue on with the decommissioning of those lagoons and proceed on that basis. So there's lots of change on this file right now. We really don't know what the end is going to be, but I think the first step in the process is to figure out, is it going north or south, and then determine what the lagoons would be and how to treat those. I know that the region has done some work in the last year or so in order to control some of the smells that are coming out of the lagoon due to turnover, and last year was fairly successful with the measures that they put in place. So yes, certainly it's an item that we want to keep our hand on, and we will incorporate that into the update that the region provides when they return in the new year.
Thank you.
In my mind, there's no question about it. If they're working on the Upper York or whatever, our solution is going to be to assist us in growth down the road. The lagoons are part and parcel of it. They're not separate. They're together. And I'm very adamant that is one project, not 2. Councillor Roy DeClemente, and then Councillor Crothers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think to be even more blunt, if UISS is dead, then we need to initiate decommissioning of the lagoons as soon as possible. We've been hearing for years that they were holding the certificate of authority to discharge into the Holland River for that EA's purpose. So the minute that that's no longer the case, then they need to redirect the flows into YDSS. If I may, through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Molinari, when this is being discussed, for me, in going to all of those meetings over the years, part of the rationale for the UISS was the principle of intrabasin transfer, and we were trying to address that issue. And I would like to have a better understanding of how you can go south when you're basically going against that principle. That was one of the main reasons why I sort of went with the process, was that we were trying to address a very large, it's an international principle of water conservation and so on. And if that's the case, then how does that get responded to as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment, Mr. Molinari?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Absolutely. These are all good questions, and they're items that we've actually been thinking of as staff. So there are things that we want to discuss with the region of York, and I know that the region of Durham right now is trying to get caught up in terms of, because they have been expecting that this was going to be a northern solution for probably the last 10 years or so. So there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes right now in order to understand what the proposal is, how it's going to work, and what the implications are. And it's early days. We just found out about this last week, and we're playing catch up right now to find out the answers to a lot of those things, and we'll certainly keep council appraised as we move forward. And the concerns that have been raised today have been noted, and we certainly share those same concerns.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. I just wanted everyone to know that Georgina passed a series of resolutions in connection with this letter. And amongst Georgina's resolutions, one said to facilitate an end to the sewage lagoons in the town of East Gwillimbury in consultation with their local council, staff, and its residents. So I applaud Georgina for adding that in and making sure that our lagoons are not forgotten in this shuffle between two large projects. I think it is wise for us to respond to this letter with our own resolution, taking into the comments that I've heard from my colleagues around making sure that those lagoons are decommissioned ASAP. I've said, I think since day one on council that we can't tie them to the Upper York because the Upper York could get delayed, and now we're seeing that. So I sent the clerk a resolution that I would like my colleagues to consider in responding to this letter and letting our MPP know that decommissioning the sewage lagoons in Holland Landing remain a high priority, and therefore it is not this not be tied to the Upper York or similar large-scale sewage project, but proceed as soon as possible. And in that resolution, I have a couple of whereas clauses just talking about how in the past we have been very adamant about this.
Mr. Webster.
Madam Mayor, it's timely, this discussion. As Mr. Molinari indicated, Madam Mayor, you contacted me last Wednesday evening with knowledge of this memo update going to Regional Council. And I know you outreached to Chairman Emerson, I outreached to CAO McGregor, and quite frankly expressed some disappointment that this was coming as breaking news. And we had planned to include the Georgina resolution on our next council agenda. And one thing I think we do have is a little bit of time. It's been sitting on the minister's desk for over 6 years waiting for approval. And I know that the resolutions that every council has essentially each year sent to the region about decommissioning the lagoons is a priority. May I suggest that maybe Councillor Carruthers' resolution be circulated and we deal with it on the 15th. I think it'll give us time to wordsmith it, and it would give staff a chance as well to take a look at it and maybe work on it as well. So if that would be okay with council, maybe we could move this as one of our key agenda items for discussion on our last formal council meeting of the year, December 15, 2020.
If I may respond to that, my request is that we write a letter with our concerns in it, and I'm wondering if it's prudent to pass the resolution so that the letter can be written and we can discuss the contents of the letter at the December 15th meeting so that it can get out sooner rather than later.
I don't see a problem with that. I'll continue with questions and then we'll go from there. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Given that this has been going on, as Councillor Crone reminded us this morning, at least 10 years, I don't think there's any huge rush at this point, and I would feel comfortable if we receive Councillor Carruthers' notice of motion today, and then we would address. We can start drafting a letter. That's fine, but we can address the resolution and circulate it ahead of time and really make sure that we knock this one out of the park, because as we know, people do read the resolutions that we pass, and this one's a big one. This is a really big one for us, and so I want to get it right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a great idea. Excuse me. I think that we need to include some history in it as well. I know that the lagoons were built in 1975. It's a whole generation away. But also the amount of time that we as a council, going back to 2000, that we heard that the The decommissioning of the lagoons was tied directly with the building and of the Upper York, and that it would in fact happen at that time. I think that provides a lot of fodder for us to move this forward now. But I want to get all those dates and times, and I know many times over the 20 years we've had several members of York Region from planning to the chair in our council chambers talking about how important the decommissioning of the lagoons were. However, their hands were tied because it was part of the new construction of the Upper York. So I have a binder at home that has many of them, but I'm sure that we can find a lot from our clerk's department as well to make sure that the first letter has to be the best letter when we send it in. So let's take our time and make sure that we get everything on it. And I know that when we come back with it, everyone on council now is well aware of it, well aware of how important it is to all of East Gwillimbury, and I suspect that there'll be other places that homes from you as well that have little binders and notes from way back. So let's get it right, and let's take the time and do it. Okay, Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. I just wanted to, finish the circle since I asked to put a motion on the floor. I am in agreement with what my colleagues are saying. I think there's a lot of merit in that, and I'm fine to wait. And I'll circulate my quick draft of a resolution to everyone so they can know where my thinking was. But I think you're right that I think we can be more detailed with a lot more history. I didn't want to bog down this meeting, so I kept it a little shorter. But I'll circulate that to everyone, and we'll put something together for our next meeting. Also, I believe there's some merit in maybe waiting to January, as much as I just said, sooner the better. I think about how we get a lot of stuff right before Christmas break, and it kind of gets lost. So first thing in the new year might be more timely. So thank you very much for the feedback on this.
Thank you. Now, I believe we have a motion in front of us. We'll just have a look at it, make sure we're comfortable with it.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Lamanna.
If I can assist council just with some procedural matters here. My suggestion we deal with two different motions. Mr. Molinari has already spoken about the correspondence 01 that's already on the agenda. So my suggestion would be that you're looking for a mover and a seconder to receive that correspondence. I think it's appropriate that we've discussed it now, and that the verbal update from General Manager Molinari regarding the UYSS be received. That would be your first motion.
Thank you.
And then the secondary motion, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Crothers, and I'll read that her intended motion out for the record, and it will be placed on the December 15th agenda appropriately under notice of motions, and council can deliberate and vote on that at that meeting. Okay.
Councillor Roy DiClemente.
More of a procedural question. Do we not also have to make a motion to move item 01 up on the agenda under CIES under item H? And if so, I'd be happy to make that motion.
Through you, Madam Mayor, certainly you can have that motion to move item 01 up, and then we'll deal with the receipt of that correspondence along with the verbal update from GM Molinari.
Okay, so let's start with the motion to move 01 up, moved by Councillor Roy DiClemente, seconded by Councillor Crothers. All those in favor? And that's carried. Then the second Motion, go ahead, Mr. Lamanna.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the second motion would be it resolved that the correspondence from E. Mahoney, Commissioner of Environmental Services, Regional Municipality of York, dated November 26, 2020, regarding an update on the Upper York Sewage Solution Environmental Assessment be received, and that the verbal update provided by M. Molinari, General Manager, CIS, regarding the UISS be received.
Thank you. Could I have Councillor Foster and Councillor Crone? Any questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente, do you have a question? Okay, I see a hand up there. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the notice of motion, which is not voted on today, but we will read it into the record. And it is listed, I'll read the motion out. This is from Councillor Crothers. And again, it will be advertised and placed on the December 15th agenda and voted at that time. It reads as follows. Whereas Council has been clear and consistent in advocating the need to decommission the sewage lagoons at Holland Landing to improve important quality of life issues in our town. Whereas correspondence from E. Mahoney, Commissioner of Environmental Services, Region of York, indicates changes that will potentially delay further sanitary servicing in East Gwillimbury. Be it resolved that Council reaffirm its position in a letter to our MPP and Minister of the Environment that the decommissioning of the sewage lagoons in Holland Landing remain a high priority, and therefore that is not to be tied to the UISS or similar large-scale sewage project, but proceed as soon as possible. And again, for members of the public listening or for council, this will not be voted on here, but will be on the December 15th agenda, at which time you need a mover and a seconder and deliberate that motion then. Thank you.
Thank you. So moved by Councillor Crothers and seconded by...
No need for a seconder, Madam Mayor. This is just being read into the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Molinari, do we have anything else under Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services?
Nothing further at this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we will move to item I on our agenda, and Emergency and Community Safety Services. Chief, are you there?
Yes, Your Honor, I am. There's nothing on the agenda, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions of the chief? I'm not seeing any questions. With that, then we will move along to administration with myself. Mr. Webster, do we have anything under admin?
Not at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We will move to item K, and that's Development Services with Mr. Romano. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. So 3 items from Development Services, Madam Mayor. First one, and I did hear Councillor Crothers earlier on requested that perhaps we reshuffle the 2 items. If Council wishes, I can deal with the approval of the updated street naming inventory first, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Which is item. So the street naming approval of the updated street naming inventory. Council recalls Council approved the updated policy, street naming policy, back in this past October, and so planning is responsible for facilitating street naming. Street names and managing the inventory. So following the updated policy, street naming policy, staff revisited our existing inventory of street names vis-a-vis the updated policy. And what we're presenting to council in this report is the updated street naming inventory. Originally, it had 231 street names on it. We are, through this report, recommending that 179 of those names be removed, and we'll be left with 52 names on our inventory. Part of the reasons for the removal of 179 is there were a lot of duplicate names, and some were already used, and a number of them did not comply with our updated policy, Madam Mayor. If there are any questions specific to the names, I'll be happy to deal with those.
Thank you. Questions regarding the naming? Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. There's a number on this list that I take issue with. Children of Peace, we already have a park named after them, but it is a religious sect, and I think that it would be wrong in the spirit of diversity and inclusion to include the name of a religious sect as a street name. Street names, as opposed to parks, have a real sense of belonging to residents. When you buy a house, you're tied to that street name. You're writing it on all kinds of things. It's tied to your name. So I think it's really important with street names that we get it right, and we avoid anything that would make someone feel uncomfortable when they purchased a home, or someone who's trying to sell their home, that it would limit buyers that might be from a different religious sect and not want their name associated with the Children of Peace. So I'm happy with it as a park and part of our identity as a town, but I think forcing that identity on people who buy new homes is not quite right. There's a number of other ones that are questionable for me. And prominent citizens, we have Gwen Burkholder, whose claim to fame is that her husband owned a general store. This is 2020. Surely there's something in her own right, or that the name should just be Burkholder after the two of them. And I kind of wonder how some of these got on the list. And I did a little research, and I noticed that Gwen Burkholder passed away in 2012. She was a citizen of Queensville who was very active, and I'm sure her name got on the list because of how well known she was in her volunteering. She worked with the hospital, etc. But seeing her on the list because of what her husband did, to me is just so wrong. And so I think that that's something that needs to be taken a look at. I've expressed concern in the past about someone's claim to fame being that they owned a tavern, as not being something that is necessarily inspiring civic pride. We don't know about this tavern or its reputation or anything like that. And there's a number of other ones on this list. There's one, Marjorie Jacks, who worked at Holland Landing Public School and wrote a book about Holland Landing. There's only one copy of that book in existence, and longtime parents from Holland Landing Public School who I've spoken to don't know who she is. So, you know, is that someone who is really significant in a historic sense in our town. The northern flicker is a bird that does lots of damage to wooden homes. It's not. It might be here and found in East Gwillimbury, but it's really found in the whole northern hemisphere. So it's not specific to East Gwillimbury. So I'm not really sure that that's correct. Postmaster is not historic significance. We still have a postmaster. You know, a plumber we had back then and we have now too. So I'm not really sure that. I think this list needs a little bit more vetting. We have counselors on here. One counselor who served one term. We have other counselors who've done a lot of good that aren't on the list. So either we're putting counselors on or we're not, or there's some claim to fame that these people have that went above and beyond just being a one-year counselor. So I am not comfortable passing this list as it is. I think it needs some more work. I'm happy with the stuff that came off the list, but there's so much more on this list, work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm I was making a few notes here along the way, and I'm wondering, I've been asked about criteria to get on the list, and I don't know whether we actually have that or not. And it seems to me this might be calling to us for our January workshop, that it might be a good fit with our other topic at that time to talk about the list. It's I receive probably 2 or 3 times a year correspondence from people who don't live in East Gwillimbury. However, they had family members that did, and they are asking about naming a street. Last year we had a street in Sharon that was named for a family that had been here quite some years ago, and the family all came to gather on the street to honor the late person who was part of that street name. So it's very interesting how some other municipalities have street names and what the criteria is. And I think it's been some time since we've actually had a good discussion with council regarding street names and the criteria and how do they get on the list and how long do they stay on the list if in fact it was relevant at the time, but is it relevant today? So I might suggest with concurrence of council that we take a look at our January workshop date and extend the time a little bit longer and have a discussion regarding the naming of streets. Mr. Ramuno, would it be appropriate to invite our heritage chair to be a part of that? I'm not sure who it is now. I know there was someone there for quite some time, and if that's the case, they do have some history as well.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, yeah, we can certainly do that. Our Heritage Chair, Mr. James, and also if you wish, we could also, because I believe we've also consulted with our diversity and inclusive committee as well. So I think we can reach out and invite both chairs to the workshop and seek their input. So no issues there, Madam Mayor. We can take another look at this and refer to the come back at the January workshop.
Thank you. I know that we have people on council who have been here their entire life. We've had people who have been here for relatively a few years and everything in between. So I think it's a timely discussion for us to have. It's one that continues to keep coming up. We have it on our agenda and have discussion and questions about it, but perhaps it's time that we get a criteria on how the list operates, and we all understand that when we're asked by community members as well. Councillor Foster, and then Councillor Roy DeClement, or sorry, Crothers. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did have a couple of questions, but if we're going to revisit this later, I will certainly take the opportunity to have a chat with Mr. Ramuno either during or before. Just before we do that, though, I can give you a little history on Marjorie Jakes. She taught at the Holland Landing Public School, the old Holland Landing Public School. Was either a teacher or a principal there for the better part of somewhere between 40 and 50 years. And she was very prominent in the Holland Landing United Church, well known in the area. And if there's only one copy of that book in existence, I have a second one.
Was she your teacher?
Through you, Madam Mayor, she taught me and may have disciplined me too.
We'll wait to hear that story later. Thank you. Councillor Crothers.
Thanks. I'm hoping when we bring this back, if we can talk about how we honor our citizens. I think it keeps falling back to street names. And, Councillor Foster brings up a good point about Marjorie Jakes, that people at Holland Landing Public School don't know who she is now. Putting her name on a street isn't going to help them know who she was, but people deserve to know who she was. And it's the same thing that I've raised with our fallen soldiers, that putting their name on a street doesn't tell their whole story. And there's other ways for us to honor our citizens. We have so many parks, having memorial gardens where we can put up plaques that tell the stories of these prominent citizens. To me, if someone was honoring my life, I would rather have a plaque that said what I did than just my name on a sign where no one really knows anymore. And there's many streets in town where a lot of people don't know who those people were. And I'm not sure we're doing enough of a service, especially when it comes to our fallen veterans, to just put their name on a sign. That I think we need a Hall of Honor at the New Help, or a memorial garden, or something like that. And so I'm just wondering, when we come back in January, if some thought could be put to all the different ways that we can honor citizens, so that when, Madam Mayor, you get a request from somebody, and often it's after someone has just passed away and people are looking for a way to keep their memory alive, and the go-to thing is, can we name a street after them? And there's so many better ways that we can do that. So I'm hoping that we can put some thought towards that. It doesn't have to be a policy, but just guidelines or a protocol, or even just a memo that kind of captures all the different ways that we can honor these people.
Thank you. I have Councillor Crone. Yes, go ahead.
Let Councillor Crone go first if he's first. I can wait.
Okay, then you'll be right behind him. How's that?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Council. I would suggest if Marjorie Jakes taught Councillor Foster, then perhaps we might consider erecting a statue for her achievement. But secondly, I would just suggest that we've been kicking at this list for a long time now. We need to get on with it and bring some finality to it. And I know the list will always be expanding, but we need to get it into a place where we're all happy. We can't keep kicking it down the road and not dealing with it. We're elected here to make decisions. So let's bring some finality to it and create a list that we can all live with. If that's in the new year, so be it. But we need to get on with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foster.
No, I'm good, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Morton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the rest of council, there is a list of all the names, and staff has been looking into why those people are on that list. And if there are lists for veterans on there that no one knows who they are, I can get that information and get it on that list in no time flat. And some of the other ones, I know that that staff are working on it and have been for some time. So we just have to maybe put a book out so that when people come in and want to know why the street was named after that, we've got the information there to tell them. And I think that's just how you do it. I mean, let people know why we have named the streets after these individuals. And we just have to keep forward and make sure we kept it up to date.
Thank you. Councillor Persichini, then Councillor Roy DiClemente.
I like that idea that Kathy suggested, but also to add into that, we have a silo next to us, and maybe we should put little along the silo all the important things that people did in our community and why they did it. And we can fill the whole silo. Will take hundreds of years in the historical to use up that the silo, fix it up, put a nice roof on it, and put the historic of people in the community of caring communities of people who have contribute to a lot in the community around the silo, with describing if it's street name or whatever they've done. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've been talking about this an awful long time. I know I've had one-on-one meetings with staff, and I would assume that most of us all have, or have at least had the opportunity to participate. I don't particularly feel like I need a whole workshop on this. It may need a little bit of tweaking, but I thought we were pretty close, to be honest. I guess part of what I struggle with is that names are names, and we want to make sure that we are recognizing prominent members of our community. The challenge we have is that a lot of street names that we might have used have been used up in other places in York Region, and we've got to be even more creative. And my appreciation would be more for more common names that are more of a geographic or natural history, or things that don't have connotations or have the potential to have a negative connotation or negative memories for people. But I thought we were pretty close, to be honest. The only feedback I had was that there's a William Hackett on the list, and we already have a Hackett Street in Sharon Village, so we probably want to remove that name from the list. But I thought we were pretty close, to be honest. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else? Okay, we've debated this one at length. This is what we have in front of us right now. Council directs staff to place the street naming inventory list at a January 2021 council workshop outlining a protocol with respect to the street naming approval and criteria process, and that council directs staff to invite the chairs of Heritage Advisory Committee and Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee to the January 2021 Council Workshop. Okay, so do we have a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Roy, sorry, Councillor Crothers, is that a mover or is that a discussion? Move, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Persichini. Discussion? I know that Councillor Roy DiClemente has felt that she has had enough discussion, but let's call the vote and we'll go from there. All those in favor? Councillor Morton, I can't see your hand.
I don't need any more discussion either. I agree with Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Okay, thank you. Opposed? That fails. Thank you. We will be back for more discussion. Sorry, Councillor. Oh, Mr. Webster, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, in the interest of removing a lost resolution, again, there's nothing wrong with something being referred back to staff for additional information. That's something council has the right to reserve. And everything does not have to default to a workshop. We now have the largest January workshop in probably York Region. So I was a little hesitant and was going to speak about adding it on to the workshop, which already has 2 topics, but we do have council meetings in January as well. And I do not have a problem with suggesting that either for the January 12th or the I believe if the clerk can clarify, I think the council schedule's on this meeting, but maybe he could clarify, or Tara, our deputy clerk, what other council's public sessions we have available that we could bring back additional information for further discussion in January. I believe we have the 12th and, or the 12th is a workshop day, but I think we have the 19th. We have 2 sessions, the 10 o'clock and 6 o'clock. We could certainly bring it to either one of those. And we are going to discuss a plan of action for some other topics we've committed to bringing back early in the new year as well as under other business today.
Thank you. Councillor Persichini, comment?
I just noticed that 3 of us, they want to continue doing this, and you were the deal breaker, you didn't vote. So I was wondering if you could see how you feel about that, because the 3 of us that didn't want to bring it back, and you were the one that did not vote. So I would appreciate if you could vote on this.
I did not vote because I was not in favor of it.
Well,
Had I
then
been in favor of it, you would have seen my hand loud and clear. So there's other ways of dealing with this other than a workshop. And I think we're having that discussion now to see if we can.
I agree with all of you. That's why I thought, okay, okay, great. That's where I thought it was going. Okay, thank you. Got confused here.
No confusion. Thank you. Okay, so what we have is approval of updated street naming inventory be received, and the council directs staff to report back with the street naming inventory list in Q1 of 2021, outlining a protocol with respect to the street naming approval and criteria/process. And I think that's as important. The process itself is how did we get this list? And if we can handle that, I think that's going to give us some clarity, us and our community. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a street naming policy. We've already adopted it, and that was what was used to come up with this inventory. So there's a policy that's in place that was recently adopted, and this inventory is the partner to that policy. So if we're not happy with the policy, we should be having a look at it again. But my understanding was we've got it, we've adopted it recently, and this is the inventory that comes out of that policy. So what I'd like to try is, let's see how this fits with people, that I would like to move that we receive the document and that council approve the updated street naming inventory as included in Appendix 1 to this report. The original motion that was presented with our agenda. Let's see how that works, and I will make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crothers.
The issue that I was outlining is that a number of these names do not fit with that policy. And so I have a problem with a number of the names on this list. Because they don't fit with the policy. So I would like a chance for us to go through that list and remove a number of these names for not being in keeping with the policy.
Thank you. Mr. Lamanna.
My apologies, Madam Mayor. That was from a previous conversation. I didn't remove my hand.
No apology necessary. Okay. Anyone else have discussion with this? Do we have a motion on the floor at this point?
I've made a motion and it needs a seconder.
Yes,
I'll
Madam
second
Mayor.
it, Madam Mayor.
That just to confirm, for members of the public that are listening in, the motion that was made is the original motion made with the recommendations of the report. Be it resolved that Development Services Planning Branch Report 2020-32 dated December 1st, 2020, entitled Approval of Updated Street Naming Inventory be received, and that council approved the updated street naming inventory included as Appendix 1 to this report. Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Roy DeClemente as mover. Do I have a seconder?
Second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morton. Any discussion? All those in favor? Councillor Morton, how do you vote?
Vote yes.
Madam Mayor, I did have just a couple of points of discussion.
Go ahead. Sorry, I missed your hand up.
I was up just at the very beginning of your vote. These are just a couple of questions that can be easily answered, I believe. To start out with, a couple of housekeeping issues. On page 53, we refer to former Mayor Bob Featherstone as Bob Featherstone. I think that needs to be corrected. The man's name should be correct. On page 54, we mentioned Joe Johnson. It says south of Doan Road. I believe that's north of Doan Road in my thought process. I could be wrong. And then just on a couple of the removals, I just wanted some clarification. We've suggested that we remove Dr. Margaret Arkenstall, and I'm assuming that's because we already have an Arkenstall court. We're proposing to remove Lower Landing. Am I to assume that's because we already have a landing court? Okay, so that would fall with Upper Landing also then. And there's one there that's called Tall Grass Prairie, and I just wasn't sure about that. We do have a federal reserve in the landing to do with prairie grass, and I didn't know whether there was some specific reason to remove those.
Mr. Ramuno, do you have information on that one in particular?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just off the top of my head, the first two names, Arkansas, we already have an existing street name there, and Landing Court, I believe we also had a landing is used. On Tall Grass, I'll have to get back to you on that one. I believe it, I don't recall why that one was removed.
There may already be a new street somewhere, Mr. Ramuno, I'm not sure. But other than that, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think we had the vote. Mr. Lamanna?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and that was moved by Councilor Rudy Clemente, seconded by Councilor Morton. And that was receiving and approving the street naming inventory as presented in the report. Not sure if it should be as amended based on Councillor Foster's suggestions.
Yes, I would include that. And I think it goes without saying that if there are names that all of us see that something might be just a little bit askew, it may not be removing it or adding it, but it may be something that needs some verification that we have some latitude in speaking with Mr. Ramuno to see how we handle those items. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to speak to the motion, as far as I'm concerned, the reason why I'm supporting this, even though it may not be perfect for everybody, is that these street names do come back to us for approval, as evidenced by the next item on our agenda. So when we start to see the inventory in use, we have an opportunity to speak up and express concerns or make suggestions within a context of a subdivision, and making sure that whatever street name we're giving is reflective of the location and the busyness of the street, or the importance of that local collector versus a court or things like that. So that's why I'm comfortable moving forward, because I know that later on I also have an opportunity to speak to individual names within that context. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead.
So our motion now says as amended, and you're taking into consideration Councillor Foster's amendment. Councillor Roy DeClemente had amendment as well to remove a name that had already been used. I had a couple of concerns, particularly with Children of Peace being a religious sect, to have that on an approved list. I agree with Councillor Roy DeClemente that we get another kick at the can, but that name stays on the list as approved by this council. I think approving this list, I think we can receive this list, but approving this list, I think there's more work to be done to make sure that we can all stand behind every name on this list if we're approving it. And I would like my amendment to remove a couple of these names to stand as well. So that's why I think bringing it back in January to have one more edit through this list. This is the first time we've seen the edited down list. I think is prudent at this point.
Are you making a motion as such?
I'm just saying, what does as amended mean? Because we've all had input into this, and to have the mayor say that we're only accepting Councillor Foster's amendments and not the ones that Councillor Roy DeClemente and myself put forward, it's messy. It's messy.
It is. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Since it's my motion, I actually was going to request that the as amended be removed.
Okay, very good. That will solve, I believe, Councillor Carruthers' issue at this point. And we are open at any time to meet as a council or committee and deal with names. As it's fluid in my mind that we continue to hear about those that should be there and those that shouldn't be there. So Councillor Roy DeClemente, this is your motion. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Yes,
I did.
Councillor Morton. Okay. Mr. Lamanna, could you read the motion, please? Oh, here it is. Thank you. That's even better. Be it resolved that Development Services Planning Branch P 2020-32 dated December 1st, 2020 entitled Approval Update Street Naming Inventory be received and the council approve the updated street naming inventory included as Appendix 1 to this report. Moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente, seconded by Councillor Morton. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Mr. Ramono, do we have anything else under development services at this time? Oh my, I'm sorry, I missed the number 3. Yes, we do. Thank you. I'll answer my own question.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. So back to the first item, which is the request for street name approval from by Averton Homes in Mount Albert. The report is recommending a council approve 2 veteran names for the recently approved development off of Center Street, Lyle Stokes Circle, and Andrew Knowles Lane as part of the Averton development.
Thank you very much. I have a question of Councillor Morton. Are they both from Mount Albert originally? Do we know?
Yes, ma'am, they are, and both of them were killed overseas.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, and then Councillor Crone.
Thank you. Our street naming policy talks about avoiding double names, and I think one of them actually exceeds the character limit. So I'm just wondering if we can go with last name as the name of the street for both of these, Knowles and Stokes as the name of the streets. It should just to be in keeping with our policy that we recently passed.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, please.
If they're just talking with a last name, then nobody is going to know why the street has been named, and the property that they are building these homes are. The Stokeses still live there, and so it's and I was not aware that you have changed the fact. I do know that the number of the letters were counted, and that and I think that Marco can approve that as well, because it had been changed just recently, but the numbers were counted properly, and that's why a couple of them had been changed.
Comments, questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente?
I didn't have my hands up, but I'm happy.
I read your face.
I was just, you read my face, which was, I'd like to make the motion so that we can move forward with this, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Item number 3, Development Services Planning Branch Planning Application Status List.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is just a regular update on the summary and update of planning applications received by the Planning Department with respect to new applications received, as well as applications that have been considered by council and complete, which won't show up on the next list.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente and then Councillor Crone. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Ramuno. I know we've talked about this before, and I know you work very closely with Margot in economic development. But one of the things that I was struck by in this list was there's a number of local businesses that are working on multiple submissions. I realize that sometimes it's a fact that they're not submitting what they need to submit, and that there's, you know, sometimes there's two sides to each story. But I was concerned because I felt that these are businesses in our community. They're wanting to invest in their properties by expanding or adding or renovating, and there are employers, and these aren't developers that are having these slowdowns, let's call them. And so I just wanted to make sure that there was a way for us to be mindful of that, and to help them cut through some of the red tape, and if it requires a little bit more assistance on our part to get them across the finish line with their site plans or their approvals that they need. I just wanted us to be mindful of that. These are people investing in our community, and there are employers that are creating local jobs for us. And I didn't want our red tape to be slowing them down. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any comment, Mr. Ramuno?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. No, I can assure Councillor Roy Clemente that since I got here, we're working closely, planning staff are working closely with economic development staff, and particularly the Director of Economic Development, to going through some of these files that have been active for some time, and some of our local businesses or residents who have applications, to help them navigate through the approvals process and provide any assistance we can. So we are working closely with staff and in assisting applicants wherever we can.
Thank you. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. I was delighted to see the commercial projects that are underway. I think that's good, given the circumstances that we're currently in. I think that's nice to see that the business community still has confidence in East Gwillimbury. That's always good. I would encourage our planners to push developers that come in and want to build part of our community, is that they look for housing that would be good for first-time home buyers, but also for folks that are into not quite they're the seniors that are in the downsizing, where they might want a condo, and a single floor condo, whether it's a building or a the townhomes are nice, but they usually have multiple floors, and the stairs are not always the greatest the older you get. But apart from that, the one thing that stuck out to me was, and seeing that we just dealt with the naming some streets for Averton, the Averton development in Mount Albert, number 38 on our list, it shows awaiting fees and securities, and so we're pushing this project ahead with naming, but they still owe us some money, and don't get me wrong, I don't want to hold this development up. I've had enough complaints from residents about the lack of activity lately, and they're having, the neighbors to this development are having to deal with the issues that come with living next to a construction site. I certainly don't want to hold it up, but I also want to make sure that we're getting our fees and our securities as we should. I would appreciate a comment on that, Mr. Ramuno.
Certainly, through you, Madam Mayor. No, with respect to the Averton file, you're correct. We identify that the site plan agreement, staff is working with the developer, and that's imminent. So yes, we'll be tying that up shortly. But we also have a earthworks agreement that Council directed staff to enter into a number of months ago, that allowed Averton to do the site works, the clearing, the servicing of the site. So they're proceeding with that component of the work. And I spoke to them just the other day, and they're hoping to get their contractor back out in December to complete at least start the underground services. And we're hoping to have the site plan agreement finalized before the end of the year as well. But that really triggers the issuance of building permits. We have permit applications in, but the servicing will take place first. And we're probably looking at construction of those townhomes and the mixed use building, which will happen first in the spring.
Councillor Crone, you're fine?
Yes, thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is just a quick question. I'm sure Mr. Ramuno can help me wrap my head around this one. There's a couple of them on here dealing with 19659 Leslie Street. One for the possibility of a car wash. I think we talked about that not long ago in council. The other one is dealing with a drive-through component of a restaurant, and it says inactive file closed. They're in fact still working on that. I'm just wondering how come it says file closed if that's still happening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, Councillor Foster, can you just give me the number of the application?
It should be 19659 Leslie Street, and your file number is SPA 1711. They've even got signs up at Mount Albert Road and Leslie Street saying, I think it's a pizza, a coffee time, and maybe Mr. Sub in there. I'm just wondering why it says inactive file closed.
So I just can't find on my list here if we've identified.
It's number 21.
21. Okay, that's what I need. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. So that's a recent activity. So we have closed the file on that one. So they are no longer proceeding with that. So we've received confirmation that they've asked for the file to be closed. Now, whether they come back with a revised application, I'll have to follow up and get back to you on that, but that one is closed.
Okay, we might want to have a look because they're working.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. That feeds nicely into my question. That's one that has two numbers attached to it. So it's 21, but it's also number 49. So in 49, it is second submission currently under review. So it looks, so my question was, some of these have two numbers attached to them, and I can't quite figure out why. And some of them are the same and some of them are different. So the ones in Ward 1, I think there's two different numbers, but the wording is the same. In this one in particular, one is closed and the second one is open.
My apologies. Now the light bulb went off in my head on this one. So that was the older file that was closed, and they resubmitted. So the original proposal, Councillor Foster, you're correct. They had a proposal for a drive-through restaurant. They've closed that, and their new site plan file is strictly for the car wash. That's the Altamar service station up on Leslie Street. So yeah, that's why we have two applications. They've closed the old one, and the revised application is strictly for the expanded car wash addition to that gas station.
And then for the other ones, 45 and 52 are linked, 11 and 48 are linked, and I can't quite figure out why these are two lines in here for the same piece of property.
So on that 45 and 52, that's related to the Fieldgate recent approval of the zoning bylaw site plan for the automotive car repair shop. I think what we'll do moving forward, we'll try and to reduce confusion, try and combine those. The reason we add one is we always add a new item at the end of the list, bolded, so council's aware and the public's aware that the matter's been completed. But I think moving forward, next time we produce the list, I think we'll try and reorganize it in different ways to eliminate duplication, but still highlight that we've completed an application and council's made a decision on a given application.
Wonderful, thank you. And my only other question is around number 9, the old gas station on Hall and Landing. I know that they did have an application in for some sort of office building at one point, or they were talking about it. Seeing that the file is closed, where do we go from here? Because that it's the gas station in the house next door, and the house next door has a hole in the roof, and it's pretty much an eyesore. Like, what do we do with vacant properties like this, where they aren't even in the process of trying to do something with the property?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So in that instance, we have recently had discussions with the property owner who is looking at coming forward with a new development application.
Okay.
So we had discussions with them just a couple of weeks ago. So we're just waiting for them to come in with a formal submission.
Okay, so we can keep encouraging them.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Persichini, all those in favor? And that's carried. I'm looking at the time. I know that staff have been sitting in council for 2 hours. I understand that legal and council support services just has one item, and I'm going to suggest that we deal with that one item and then take a break. And we'll have a break before we come back to the remainder of the agenda. So with that, Mr. Horner, good to see you this morning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one item on the agenda today, and that's our proposed council schedule for 2021 out through to July. So really what we're proposing to do for the time being is to maintain the current virtual meeting schedule, Tuesdays, options of the evening meetings. So just kind of happy to throw that out to you for your consideration. And we're proposing to use it to ride out the second wave of COVID. And there's always the opportunity to move to a hybrid meeting if things settle down, or to resume our normal in-person meetings once it's safe to do so. So very happy to take comments from council.
Thank you very much. Comments, questions? Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. Thanks for preparing the schedule. Just a couple of comments. I think we have a meeting scheduled in March break. I'm not sure if that's a concern or not, but I raise it for consideration. And secondly, I think there's been some of us on council that see a few more evening meetings. Certainly when it comes to, we talked about transparency and openness. Not everyone can access our meetings during the day. They're working. I personally would like to see at least a third of our meetings put on to into the evening, if that's so is the pleasure of council. But I think it would help us in being able to interact more with our residents that want to either make a deputation or see it live or whatever. I think it's good for openness, and I'd like to see a few more evening meetings if possible.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Crothers, then Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. In the memo, it talks about that if a proposed topic can be deferred by council from the 10 a.m. meeting, should be placed on the following month's 6 p.m. evening meeting. I'm all about giving the public enough notice, but if it's the first Tuesday of the month and we want to defer it to the following month, which would be the third Tuesday, that's a long time to put something off. And what I'm afraid of is something is timely, we won't want to defer it to an evening meeting if it means adding another 7 weeks to the schedule. So I'm just wondering if we're stuck on that following month, or if it's about using some discretion.
Mr. Horner, go ahead, please.
I won't venture into the issue of adding the additional evening meeting. Councillor Crone has spoken to it. It may be that others wish to speak to that point as well. So far as the issue of kind of deferring an item to a subsequent meeting, that's entirely within council's discretion. So I think what we're sort of saying is the idea of a deferral of an issue is if there's some public interest, and so there's a desire to leave it out in the community for a period of time, but most important perhaps to consider it at an evening session, just because to Councillor Crone's point, the thinking is that that's when most people are able to attend, but there's no requirement to do that. So it's fully within council's purview to put it on whatever meeting they wish.
Thank you. Mr. Lamanna?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to, for clarification purposes, Councillor Crothers definitely raises a good point, and the intent of that paragraph that I was trying to make was that if council decides to defer an item from a 10 a.m. meeting on the same day that on the third Tuesday of the month that we're having an evening meeting, that it's just fair to provide members of the public advance notice. So yes, the statement is correct that Councillor Crothers made. Staff will certainly take that into consideration when council does defer an item. And in all situations, council does have the option to waive the procedure bylaw and place it on that evening meeting if there is an urgency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My colleagues will know that I often advocate for more evening meetings, and so I would be happy to support Councillor Crone's initiative. For me, and perhaps this might address some of Councillor Carruthers' issue as well, is we've got the idea of having the evening meetings is to consider matters that are that might be of interest to the public and discuss them at the evening session. And so in the prior structure of committee of the whole followed by council, a lot of that fulsome debate and discussion and idea generating was when we considered the staff report. And then when it came to council, a lot of that discussion had already taken place. And so it really didn't have, it wasn't an interesting or effective meeting if you were an observer. And so for me, I'm looking at this schedule and I'm saying we've got a 10 a.m. and a 6 p.m. What's the intent there? Why wouldn't we simply make it a 5 p.m. meeting or a 6 p.m. meeting and consider staff reports just as if it was a regular 10 a.m. meeting? And I think that when I talk to people about, engaging with the process, I say, if you can make it to a committee meeting, that's where the interesting stuff takes place. So why wouldn't we move the interesting stuff to the evening portion of the schedule? So that would be sort of my thought on it. And to Councillor Crone's point about March break, it hasn't been our practice in the past to have a meeting during March break, and for that same reason is our staff and our residents are usually what I refer to as off routine. So they're addressing things in their family. People are off work. People are off school, and they're not necessarily thinking about civic matters. So even from that perspective, having a meeting during that week, I wouldn't suggest it. I'm happy to attend, but it's just not ideal. Thanks.
Thank you. Were there any other comments, questions? Mr. Lamanna, March break, was that intentional or was it simply counting with the calendar?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it was, we took a look at leaving it off, but then when you move it back to the fourth Tuesday, I think you get into April where you have 4 or 5 meetings back to back. The other thought process was that with COVID this coming winter and restrictions with travel, we thought perhaps there might not be that much of a need to move it off a March break. But we present the options to you as staff. We've kicked it around with senior management. We go on the previous suggestion that CEO Webster made, continuing with the council meetings at 10 a.m. And in fact, if you take a look at this schedule, we're actually adding a 4th meeting, an additional meeting to our normal routine schedule, which is that 6 p.m. meeting. So the number of meetings have actually increased. With the virtual meetings, we do live stream the meetings. They're recorded. They're available for viewing afterwards. The accessibility component of that is certainly an advantage. And we're taking a look at the numbers, and we'll come back with those numbers for council's further consideration. But this was just sort of a suggestion for continuation of virtual council meetings due to COVID restrictions in place. So these are suggestions for council, and I believe Mr. Webster has additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And further to what Clerk Lamanna has said, I'm listening intently here. I think the appropriate thing to do would be on the March break to move the meeting to the following week. I think that's not an issue, and so maybe we'll move it to the March 23rd week. Secondly, listening to the comment about more evening meetings and appreciating the intent, we tried to be simple with the 10 o'clock times as much as possible. However, what we're starting to see now is council direction for workshops. And the workshops actually of maybe being of larger public interest. I'll suggest maybe the heritage list, where there was direction provided to have a workshop, which would normally default to the 10 o'clock. And I'm thinking what we might want to do is have some flexibility for that workshop meeting to in fact be an evening meeting. That would allow for a further populating of discussion of some larger interest items. And to that note, staff did want to bring forward some considerations for agenda management moving forward as we look at this. Mr. Ramuno, when he was dealing with the heritage list and the consultant, independent consultant recommendations, was directed to provide a workshop. And I think sometimes we get caught up on being too specific, and I believe January was outlined. He will not be in a position to have that ready for the January workshop time. And Mr. Ramuno has advised he would prefer to bring that forward in February at the workshop. So what I might suggest is that the February 9th workshop, Tuesday, February 9th, we would move that to an evening session. Larger public interest, instead of a 10 o'clock workshop, we'll have it at 6 p.m. Mr. Molinari and his group has been directed to bring back Overholt, as it's been a long outstanding item. And Mr. Molinari is prepared to bring that one in January. Now, we could in January attempt to bring that it wasn't directed to be brought back in a workshop, but as a item of a larger public interest and discussion. We were proposing to bring that to the Tuesday, January 19th, 6 o'clock p.m. session. I just wanted to bring this up for it to be in full transparency. Those are both items of fairly significant public interest, and we would like to get council's understanding that that is how we would like to move forward with the January and February sessions. And again, I think having the workshops be 10 o'clock or 6 would assist in further public outreach as well.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. I think it's very important that we have our meetings on times when people are available, and the way life is right now, it needs to be both daytime and evening. However we disperse that, I'm fine with that. I just don't want to see that staff are here at 9:30 a.m. and they go right through until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening with somewhat of a gap, but you're still looking at a 10-hour day or whatever the case may be. So, but I know that as you're selecting the dates to put these items on, you have a good idea of the duration of the meetings before they ever arrive. Any other comments, questions? I'm fine with moving the March break. I think that's just we need to deal with our families and our students that are at school, and if they're off that week, then they may not be traveling to anywhere exotic, but they may in fact have an opportunity to be as a family unit for that week. So I think that's important. Questions, comments? Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So are we tasking staff to take this back and revise the list a bit and come back to us? And secondly, just for point of interest, I've pulled up our streaming on YouTube right now, and we have 4 people watching, and I'm probably one of them. So I think we need to do better with our engagement, and that's the point I'm trying to make on the evening meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's where we're at right now. But you've brought up a good point. Do we know, we've had a number of evening meetings this fall, some with some very interesting topics. Do we know if we have more than 4 at those meetings?
I know that clerk's department has been doing some research on the point. I don't know if Mr. Clerk, you've got some preliminary information you can share with council or not.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's a little too soon. We've only had 1 evening meeting in November, just to remind you. So it's a little too soon. That's why we've kind of hold off on the meeting efficiency report that we owe council from a while back. But we will take a look at the statistics. We can dissect them off of YouTube, and I remind council the only challenge, excuse me, the only challenge is really figuring out who's watching. So with the live streaming, it's become a greater advantage, even for our internal staff members, to sit at their desk pre-COVID or watch it live stream from their home offices now. So it's a little difficult for us to determine which viewers are actually viewing viewing audience of the public or viewing audience of our staff. So we do have a survey that we sent out with following our last town hall in November, asking staff members if they are watching it, and we're trying to calculate those numbers, estimate them, take a look at the statistics, and we will bring them back for council so that we have a better idea collectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lamanna. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. Having been in public office for 17 or 18 years, I would say that when the public isn't interested in what you're doing, it's because they think you're doing a good job. We start dropping some balls, and that's when we'll have a lot of people watching our live stream. So we'll take that as a good sign. My concern with evening meetings is having an evening meeting when we're looking for participation from the public. To Mr. Lamanna's point, people can watch the live stream at their convenience. It's archived. They can watch it whenever it's convenient for them. But when we're having like an open house or something like that, that's when it's essential to have it in the evening, where we're looking for people to be able to make deputations and that sort of thing. So I want those things to for sure be in the evening. I'm very cognizant of staff's time, and that's one of the reasons that I haven't been too much in favor of evening meetings, because I think it is very hard on our staff. And so I'm fine with, we have 1 evening meeting a month, and anything that needs public interaction, any sort of open houses, that sort of thing, that is done at that evening meeting, and everything else people can watch at their convenience.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Mr. Horner, I'm wondering if we can take this back based on the comments that we've had. And we have a couple meetings before the end of this year. Bring it back at that point, addressing some of the concerns of council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've got good direction on the workshops and moving the March meeting outside of March break. So of course we'll do that and bring that back to council.
Thank you. Our motion is to be received at this point. We'll just pull it up here so everyone can have a look at it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, by the sounds of the discussion, I would suggest that that this be deferred to the December 15th council meeting.
It's what we have here.
Thank you.
Thank you. That council direct staff to revise the 2021 council meeting schedule and report back at the December 15th, 2020 council meeting. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Carruthers, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I'm looking at the clock. It is just short of 12:30. I'm wondering if we can recess at this time and come back at 1:30. Okay, we're good with that. Thank you. See you in an hour and 5 minutes. We have concluded a portion of our agenda. We are now at item M, and that's Community Parks, Recreation, and Culture. And Mr. Karmazin, do you have anything? There's nothing on our report today. Just wondering if you have any updates.
Through you, Madam Mayor, nothing further at this time. Staff is available to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Karmazin? Seeing none, I will move along to item N, and that's adoption of the minutes. And we have two sets of minutes, one from November 17th, 10 a.m. meeting, and one from November 17th, 6 p.m. meeting. Be it resolved that council adopt the following minutes. Council minutes from the meeting held on November 17th, 2020 at 10 a.m. and council minutes from the meeting held on November 17th, 2020 at 6 p.m. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persichini, Councillor Crone, thank you very much. All those in favor? And that's carried. We are at item O, and that's correspondence for consideration. And we have dealt with item number 1 previously, and we are at item number 2, and that's pages 106 to 110. Mr. Webster, will you be speaking on this item?
I could, Madam Mayor. As you're aware, the province is taking some significant action on scoping or rescoping the Conservation Authority's mandates and responsibilities. And Mike Walters, who will be stepping down at the end of the year as CAO of Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, forwarded on November 13th to municipal clerks and CAOs in the watershed a request to adopt a resolution in support of the Conservation Authority and conservation authorities in general. I did have an opportunity last week to check with my regional colleagues, and save and except for Whitchurch-Stouffville, I was under the advisement that the other 8 municipalities in both the TRCA and Lake Simcoe watersheds had adopted resolutions of a similar nature. So that's the background to this, and I'll table it back to you, Madam Mayor, for council discussion and deliberation.
Thank you very much. I was at Conservation Authority on Friday. This was brought up at a later point in our agenda, and with the exception of ourselves, there might have been one other that had not had the opportunity to send this in. They all were supportive of it. I guess for me, when you start to dig through the provincial regulations on what they're proposing to do, the most concerning to me is that there will be no permits issued from the Conservation Authority. However, enforcement is expected by the Conservation Authority. So I'm not sure how you enforce something that you've not been privy to providing permits to start with. And while we know it's not been perfect, there are some conservation authorities that are much better than others, and this is going right across the province. I think for me, the most important job that they do right now is making sure that our wetlands are not being developed, and we know what's happening on Highway 48, and they are there on a regular basis with our bylaws people to work through some pretty nasty issues. So I'll leave it at that. I don't know, are there any questions at this point? We'll start with Councillor Crone. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I certainly, I think this is an important issue. Although I will confess that I don't know as much about Bill 229 that I should, and I would appreciate, perhaps maybe we send this back to staff to study it a bit, make some recommendations. From what I do understand, the one element I do understand of it will prohibit the conservation authorities from appealing town decisions to LPAT, which has particular appeal to me given the troubles we've had over the last couple of years. So, but I wouldn't want to base my decision solely on that. So I think it might be prudent to send this back to staff and ask for some guidance and some maybe an executive summary on it. And while I appreciate the efforts to make a resolution, to draw up a resolution for us, I'm not as enthusiastic about third parties writing up our resolutions, and I think we should do something ourselves if we are going to do it. But that's comments from me. I certainly want to protect our environment and have maintain a good strategic relationship with the Conservation Authority. But I think I need to know more about Bill 229. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foster. You're good. Other people who want to speak, make comments? Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. I feel similar to Councillor Crone. I've been reading a lot on this, and it's all very confusing, especially when it comes down to how exactly it affects our municipality. So a presentation from staff would certainly be good. I appreciate that other municipalities have passed the same set of resolutions. I too don't like third-party resolutions, but I appreciate if others have put this forward. I'm wondering if we can add a clause at the beginning that would make it a little bit more personal, talking about how our town places a high value on the environment. It's one of our strategic pillars, and if we could begin with that, there's already enough whereases in there, but adding one more to start off that says it's coming from us, it shows that we're not just blindly rubber stamping someone else's resolution, but that we have thought about it and we are looking at this through the lens of East Gwillimbury and East Gwillimbury priorities.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand the intent of trying to garner some support for what's happening. It sounds like it's dramatic change. Like Councillor Crone, I'd like to have a better understanding from staff of what schedule 6, what is happening there. But at the same time, I also realize that there's a sense of urgency as well. And so I think it might be helpful if we, if we receive this, that we pass a resolution like Councillor Carruthers brought up with, there's that we value and place a value on the work that the conservation authorities do and the value of our watershed and so on, but that ultimately what we'd like is more consultation on Schedule 6 with the municipalities before it's passed and put into law. It sounds very complicated and confusing. There's a lot of stuff having to do with the board of directors and where their motivation and what lens they should be approaching their work as a board of directors are, the funding strategies and so on. There's a lot to this, and my request would simply be to the province to set this aside until they can conduct more outreach with us, and put that lens of the fact that we value the work that it does and the richness and protection of our environment. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any others. Councillor Roy DeClemente, we have just added here that Council directs staff to report back on the effects of Bill 229 and how it may impact East Gwillimbury. Do you want to expand on that? Are you comfortable with what that wording is?
I believe Councillor Carruthers put something into the chat with a whereas. That we place a high value on responsible development, protecting our watershed and drinking water sources reflected in a key pillar of our strategic plan. I don't know, do we need to pass all of this today, or are we going to send this back to staff? I guess what I'm struggling with is if a majority of other municipalities have passed similar resolutions, that I would like to chime in and express some concern, but without going through every single whereas, because I'm not sure if I necessarily support every one of these clauses. As we said, we don't like having a third party write speak on our behalf. But that if this is timely and time is of the essence, then let's say something now and then ask staff for a report. I'm looking for some thoughts from my colleagues.
Mr. Webster, my understanding is that there are other municipalities still sending things in, not necessarily even from Lake Simcoe, but Nottawasaga and TRCA. Did you have a feeling that there was a sense of urgency or not?
Unfortunately, Madam Mayor, I don't know the specifics other than that I've heard that it again is moving along quickly on the provincial approval agenda, and maybe have had first reading, possibly second reading. Maybe General Manager Ramuno may have more information on that, but to have it referred back to staff does make sense to take a look at all of it. So I'll ask Marco though if he knows a little bit more about the timing and sense of timing for this.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, I've heard similar that they're looking at passing this before the end of the year. Got first reading early November. That's about all the information I have. But if council directs us to report back, we can certainly, working with other departments, provide a summary of the bill for our next council meeting.
Councillor Crothers.
The whereas was going with the second part of the motion. So the first part of the motion is that we receive it and we want staff to report back. If you scroll down, that number 2 is all the whereases from the Conservation Authority. There,
yes,
at the beginning of that. So I'm of two minds, pass it today and be in step with our other municipalities, or wait for a staff report. I think either way we need a staff report. So I think we should probably pass the first part and then look at the second part if council is in favor of passing this today or waiting until December.
Thank you. Councillor Crone.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would have to say I could only support the first part. I can't all the whereases, and there's just not enough. I don't have enough information about the bill yet to decide one way or the other. I'm sorry that it's I'm sorry that it's rushed, but that's not our fault. This was brought to us now, so we have to be informed when we make a decision. I'm not going to be rushed into this. I want to feel comfortable in what I'm supporting or not supporting. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lamanna, did you have a question or a comment?
Through Madam Mayor, just for clarification, we were anticipating 2 separate motions. The first is with respect to CEO Walter's letter. The secondary, which is the lengthier whereas resolution, was the recommended written resolution by the Conservation Authority. So we were treating them as 2 separate motions, and I believe council members do understand that. So we're hearing that there's an ask of staff to report back on some of the highlights of Bill 2229. Which is captured in this amended motion. And then you would simply, if that is passed, Madam Mayor, I would simply leave the lengthy whereas resolution that the Conservation Authority is suggesting we pass. And with staff's report that comes back, we can put that resolution or a resolution that staff have drafted for EG specific for consideration, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I think that serves both purposes. That we have something immediate and then something that we can spend some time with staff at a upcoming council meeting. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
So given what I've heard, I think what I think one way we might approach this would be to pass a resolution that says we've received Mr. Walter's correspondence and direct staff to report back to us on that matter, and then make another resolution that says, whereas the province is considering some changes, it was the clause that Councillor Carruthers put forward, that a part of our strategic plan is that we place a value on that work, and that we would like the province to set aside these changes until more consultation can take place with stakeholders. And I've put another clause into the chat. That way, we're chiming in, but we're not necessarily supporting every single clause in the proposed resolution, but simply expressing concern and saying, you're moving too quickly for us. We think we need to take our time and understand this.
I think that's a good approach. I'm seeing nodding heads and thumbs up. Kathy?
Yes. No, I agree. I would like to learn a little bit more about this as well. I'm fine with number 1, but I couldn't support the last one, the whereases.
It is just too all-encompassing to absorb in a short period of time. Mr. Webster, do you have a date to suggest that when this might come back?
Through you, Madam Mayor, given that it might have some time sensitivities, I believe Mr. Ramuno did indicate that we'll do our best to bring a portion or all of it back for council's consideration at our December 15th council date.
Okay. That's 2 weeks. Okay. So we have number 1, and I think it was Councillor Roy DeClemente that had moved that. Is that correct? 1, and that council directs staff to report back on the effects of Bill 229 and how it may impact East Gwillimbury.
That's fine. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Crone. Okay. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. I'm just going down my agenda now, and the second proposal. Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Carruthers and Councillor Foster. Councillor Roy DeClemente, you have a question?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that we need a bit of a context here. So where is this coming from? Whereas the province has proposed changes to, I don't know what it is, the Ontario Conservation Authority Act or whatever that piece is, changes to legislation governing the conservation authorities, just so that there's some context to where this is coming from, so that we can send this with our letter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I think the first whereas from the Conservation Authority is appropriate to reflect on. That can just reference, yeah, exactly. Put that in front. That should suffice. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We look forward to having that back. I am now at item P, and that is other business. Do we have other business at this time? Not seeing any. We'll move to Q, our budget committee, and that is pages 111 to 119. Mr. Webster.
Madam Mayor, we're now moving into Budget Committee, making recommendations to Council for December 15th. We were asked to report back on 4 items, and I will table it over now to Deputy CAO Velchich to introduce his team and the follow-up on the addendum provided today.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. Madam Mayor, through you. So the staff team worked diligently since the last budget meeting to bring you addendum package number 4. There's a number of items in there. I believe they're fairly self-explanatory. However, Mr. Marshall, Ms. Adema, and Ms. Brown are available along with the rest of the staff team to answer any questions that that you may have on this. And then I believe Mr. Marshall will direct us in terms of the remaining items that are left to be dealt with on the 2021 proposed budget.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Crothers.
Sorry, are we talking about the whole budget package? I was trying to get my page, and I have a comment on our operating budget, on the council operating. Is that fine?
Go ahead.
Okay. Sutton Agricultural Fair, we were gonna, staff were gonna reach out to them because we hadn't heard that they had asked for this money. And if they didn't want it, we were gonna find another way to support our agricultural community. There's some mention of 4-H and other things like that. I just don't want that to get forgotten. It's still in our budget as Sutton Agricultural Fair, and I'm wondering if we can change that to East Gwillimbury Agriculture and find a way to use that money to support agriculture in East Gwillimbury.
I'm certainly satisfied with that. We want to recognize our ag roots, and I'm not sure exactly what it is now, but I'm sure we will be able to take some time with some of our agricultural reps and find out where that money may be best spent to get the message out there.
Okay, and thank you. That satisfies me. One other question under revenues, we're showing that we get a small amount of revenue from some of our community events, and I'm just wondering how we get that money and why Canada Day isn't part of that. I assume it's like from selling snacks and drinks or something like that. I wonder if we get some insight onto that.
Do we have an answer now for that question? Mr. Webster?
Madam Mayor, I have no answer for that, but I'm hoping one of our finance staff does.
Valerie, perhaps she does?
Yep, I can answer that. Sorry, my hand was up.
Oh, thank you.
If you, Madam Clerk, if you can just scroll to the next page to the community initiatives. We can pull that up on the screen. At the bottom, there is the revenue section. Yep, right here. So you do see that we have some revenues coming in from community events. There's some revenues from the farmers market. We would be recording any revenues that are received to offset the cost of Canada Day in the community events section, because those are not always known until the time that we can gather those sponsorships and those revenues. We want to make sure that we're budgeting conservatively so that we can capture what the true costs are, but those would be recorded in that section.
Thank you. I'm looking for what types of revenues those would be. I'm just saying $2,000 for New Year's Eve on its own, and then only $1,000 for all the other community events together. So I'm just wondering what types of revenues we're collecting and why there would be so much for one event and not so much for the rest.
I believe the majority of it is sponsorship revenue. Possibly General Manager Karmazin could give some additional insight to that as well.
That makes sense. Yes. Okay.
Mr. Karmazin?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. Sponsorship and typically vendor fees are another revenue stream that we would see through some of these events.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So just to be clear, the farmers market we see as an expense of $7,600 with a revenue income of $2,100. So the net cost to the town of running the farmers market is $5,500. Is that correct, or is there any other revenue anywhere else in our budget that offsets that $5,500?
No, that's correct. That's what we budget for the revenue. And then in the annual report that Community Parks provides at the end of the year, they do give a detailed breakdown for the farmers market and what the actual results have been.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just more of a comment than anything else. I didn't want to leave anyone with the perception that we were not supporting our ag producers in EG. In fact, I believe a portion of the grant that we give to the Chamber of Commerce is to defray some of the costs of doing the farm to fork, which is almost exclusively ag producers and their promotion. And it's so I don't want us to think that we're not supporting them, but certainly happy to set aside the $750 that we were using for Sutton Ag, the fair, to do something local and perhaps with our youth rather than with the businesses, just to encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think you left that impression, but thank you for giving us more information on it. I think we all appreciate our agricultural community. There are a lot of things happening with them, and I'm sure there's an opportunity for us to support an event or some type of activity along the way, particularly when we know that we have money set aside. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. I think it should be noted that at the beginning of this budget process, the mayor and council budget was a $700 increase, and now we have a almost $9,000 decrease in our budget. So I think that's something to be applauded, and I thank the work of the subcommittee for rolling up their sleeves and looking for some ways to find savings. Thank you.
Thank you, and I should remind everyone on council that those savings were put aside in the idea that should something come up between now and who knows, July, September, next fall, that instead of not being able to take advantage of some opportunities, that there is money sitting, that something we don't know about today certainly can be a part of what we're doing tomorrow. So thank you. Anything else? Mr. Marshall, I'll turn it back to you then.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of Budget Committee. Just to recap, through the past 2 days of budget deliberations, we've gone through the proposed capital budget of $4.3 million, which was approved in principle by committee. We've gone through the development and fee supported budget of $5 million, which was also endorsed in principle by committee. The only thing that we have to endorse in principle right now is the community initiatives component of the mayor and council budget. Once that's done, we've endorsed all the components of the tax supported budget in principle.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crothers, could I have you move that portion of the budget? And Councillor Morton, could I have you second that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Mr. Marshall, do we have anything else at this time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, that completes the review of the 3 components of the budget for this year.
Thank you very much. And the next item that we have in front of us is a closed meeting. If there is no other business in our open session, I'll move forward. We are to proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council, personal matter about an identifiable or identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, Council appointed committee resignation. A proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by municipality, Municipal Act Section 2392C, and an A, trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value, Municipal Act Section 2392J, lease extension for tenants of 19040 Leslie Street. And with that, be it resolved that Municipal Council proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council at 2 p.m. to deal with the following matters: personal matter about an identifiable or identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, council appointed committee resignation, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, Municipal Act Section 2392C, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value, Municipal Act Section 2392J, lease extension for tenants of 19040 Leslie Street. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Crone, Councillor Morton, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay. Be it resolved that council rise and report from closed meeting of Municipal Council at 2:15 p.m. And we have divided the two recommendations. Councillor Roy DeClemente, are you there?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first one is regarding a line. I believe then you would declare an interest on that one, and we'll vote separately on that one. So Councillor Roy DeClemente has declared an interest on the item number 1 regarding a line. And could I have a mover and a seconder, please, for this one? Councillor Councillor Persichini and Councillor Crone. Be it resolved that council direct staff to present the following resolution in open session. Be it resolved that Align Health be granted a lease extension of 6 months for the period of February 1st, 2021 to July 31st, 2021, and that the rent abatement provided to Align Health in recognition of COVID-19 related facility closure cease effective January 1st, 2021. All those in favor? And that's carried. The second item that we have is regarding the Chamber of Commerce. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor Morton. Be it resolved that the East Gwillimbury Chamber of Commerce be granted a lease extension of 12 months for the period of March 1st, 2021 to February 28th, 2022, and that the current rent abatement being provided to the East Gwillimbury Chamber of Commerce be extended until COVID-19 restrictions are amended to the extent that the Chamber is able to fully resume revenue generating programs and activities. All those in favor? And that's carried. And I believe we have resolutions at this point. That's item S on our agenda. Do we have any? We don't have any.
Madam Mayor, we have no resolutions. Just one thing I just wanted to bring to the public's attention that are joining us. We earlier on, you dealt with the remainder of the budget committee, and staff had initially set aside December 8th, which is your typical workshop date for any budget deliberations. I believe General Manager Marshall's indicated that we've completed all sections of the budget committee, so we're going to look for council's direction to formally cancel the December 8th workshop date. Thank you.
I'm seeing people nodding. Could I have a mover and a seconder to cancel that date, please? Councillor Foster and Councillor Persichini. All those in favor? That's carried. We have bylaws. At this point, I have.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to remind you, we have one bylaw from our closed session with regards to the resignation. So that's a bylaw 2020-100 in addition to 101 and 102 on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll do them as one. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morton, seconded by Councillor Persichini. All those in favor? And that's carried. We're at item U, our confirming bylaw. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Foster, Councillor Crone. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-103 being a bylaw to confirm proceedings of council meeting held on December 1st, 2020 be taken as read and acted and signed by the mayor and municipal clerk. All those in favor? That's carried. And our last, it is 220. An adjournment moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Crothers. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Council. A lot of good work done today. Thank you, staff. Appreciate all your hard work.